All right. Hello, everybody. Let me just double check that we're live in all the places. Indeed we are. All right. So, what are we doing today? And what have I done since last time? Because yes, indeed, I have done things since last time. Main thing I did is I got hot patching or hot reloading working on the actual application. Never mind. I forgot that I was halfway through a refactor. Real quickly. Let me just stash my changes and attempt to build again. And it is a little bit finicky because this is like very experimental software at the moment. And I did have it working better before. And then I started being a little bit smarter with my code, and this stopped working quite as well. So we might have to mess around with things a little bit to just see how stuff works, you know? But yeah, once this is done compiling everything, Raylib generally takes a very long time to build as well. But we're able to make changes in our code and actively see the changes show up in the application. And then, what changes are we seeing show up in the application? We are seeing changes to the UI. So here's what the UI looks like currently. Here, 1 second. Last time I streamed, my my PC crashed, so I'm like a little bit paranoid about that, and I'm hearing audio glitches. So I'm a little bit suspicious if my PC is going to crash or not. And I'd really like to not need to upgrade my PC right now, because like I just like bought a car and I'm going to a conference, and yeah, I don't really have the funds to drop on like a new GPU right now. And it works fine for anything but like when I'm streaming and like super taxing it. Maybe it's video encoding and whatnot that causes it. I don't know. I'm not recording this time, so hopefully it's better. But I am seeing like slight visual glitches and whatnot. Oop. But then again, I've always kind of seen slight visual glitches in the actual like streaming. Like there will be occasional flicker in one eye or the other, which feels weird because it's like, oh, are my eyes glitching, or is that the technology? And it kind of like gaslights you a little bit. Anyway. Let's ignore that for the moment, but this is what we have currently. I really wish Raylib had the Raylib bindings I'm currently using, like, actively resized it. If I run this through WSL, it does actively, like, it doesn't freeze the screen on resizes. That's like, I think it's a difference between GLFW on Windows and Linux. GLFW on Linux has smooth resizing, but GLFW on Windows does not. But I made a UI layout library. So I now have it like the inspiration I pulled it from was an IMGUI framework called Clay for C. So like it's Clay C layout. is what that stands for. And the guy who made it has a extreme, like, very, very well produced video on how all of his algorithms for actually doing that work, and the thing itself is permissively licensed. So I just took inspiration from that, and we now have a UI layout library. We still need to get text wrapping working. That's the one thing we currently don't have working, is text sizing. But yeah. I do wonder... Oh, maybe I just need to upgrade my graphics drivers. Can I update graphics drivers while streaming? that would be quite the feat of graphics engineering, right? If it's able to handle... What do you mean NVIDIA app preparing to install? I've had, like, it's in my app tray. Why is it installing? Maybe it's just an upgrade, I guess. Let's see how far behind in drivers we are. Public call out. How far? So what is my current? Installed is from December. So 5-month old graphics drivers. That potentially, somehow I suspect you'll need to pause your stream while updating the drivers. Yeah, probably. I'm actually gonna pause the stream and then do that and then come back, because I'm seeing like a fair amount of visual artifacts and I want to avoid a current stream. I mean, like, I'm gonna stream for somewhere around like 5 to 7 hours most likely, so better like avoid that so it doesn't become a 2-hour stream, you know? Okay, I will be right back. Oh, interesting. Wait, maybe... I wonder if the problem is NVIDIA broadcast, because, like, the glitchiness came back. When I opened up NVIDIA broadcast, but before that it was, like, super smooth. So let's try... Alright then, I guess you guys are getting my pure unfiltered voice. And if you will also hear my keyboard, you will hear potentially siblings screaming in the background, though it's rather late, so probably won't have screaming children. Yeah, so what was happening is I've used NVIDIA Broadcast for, like, forever. And it's just, like, a fairly good AI denoising software, so, like, removes background noises, and it uses your GPU to do that. I noticed, like, so the driver update, I haven't restarted since I updated the drivers, that, like, a lot of audio things audio and video style applications you need to restart when you need to update all those drivers. And it wasn't, like, NVIDIA Broadcast needed to be restarted. So, like, no hearing audio glitches, and I have my headphones plugged directly into my PC right now, so it's not through Steam Link. I'm hearing, like, my PC itself having audio issues. But I opened up NVIDIA Broadcast again, and I started hearing, like, audio glitches and, like, seeing visual artifacts. And then I closed it, and I'm not getting those anymore. So, yeah. So if you hear screaming children in the background, they're fine. They do that. Though it's late. They should all be asleep. Alright, back to this. And, like, I was, like, semi-thinking it was something to do with like, Raylib that was causing, like, my PC to suddenly start crashing. But, like, I don't know. I'm getting, like, a lot of visual stability right now. It might have been a first-party NVIDIA application causing my PC to act up. That is funny on many levels. An NVIDIA first-party AI application, which is, like, their whole thing right now. Even if it isn't a flashy use of that tech. But yeah, so let me explain what's going on here with this UI layout. So we have we actually have several visual elements, and I'll show you how this works. Oh, it's Florida. We don't have basements. It's the attic. There it is. So this is what defining visual elements currently look like. I haven't defined a builder pattern for it yet, so you just have to set every single property manually. Especially since, oh, interesting. So this isn't the current, I guess stash changes, so this should actually be a working version of the script. But, yeah, so you just have to manually define the visual tree of this, but the actual background of the application is this black color. So that is the actual background of the application. Oh, that's interesting. Why is resizing working differently now? What the... Anyways, different graphics drivers. But, yeah, so... Wait a second. Okay, no, it is actually not rendering. But, you'll see this tiny black outline around the outside. And that is the actual background of the application. That's the actual clear color. And then we have one visual element, which is the size of the screen, and then another visual element, which is just the full width of the application. So root with no content, fixed size that is the current render width, and then I believe padding is that little margin, yeah. And then the content is this blue rectangle, and you can see I actually have like layout related things. So we have the direction of content, which is from left to right, and we align stuff along the center of the direction, or axis, or whatever you want to call it, which is why these things are centered. And yeah. So I should actually be able to edit this. So if I did this as start and then wrote that, we should get a hot patch. I said we should get a hot patch, but it does not appear to have hot patched that. Blue, start. Actually, you're right. That wouldn't. Would that change anything? No, that should change things. Is hot patching broken? Oh wait, I got a failure message. Unknown file type. Yeah, so it's not actually working right now. Dang it. When it works, it is really cool. Come on, I want to show the cool hot patching thing. Let me just check. I have to wait until the actual build is done. Yeah. Hello to the Twitch chat. Yeah. Okay. So while we're waiting on this to fully rebuild, because it does not recognize linked libraries or static libraries named like they're on Linux, on Windows, what is the goal for this stream? The goal for this stream is just get as close as we can to a working node scripting system, because I'm going to AWE next week. Very, very last minute decision. But like I was able to get a free media pass. Like travel is still fairly expensive, but yeah, I got wind that like there's cool things happening and I should be there. At least this is what people have told me. So hopefully they were correct. But one thing is I would like, if I have like this cool visual node graph thing to show off, I would like to be able to show that off, right? Why is this so slow? Why be slow? Stop. So I'm thinking like I want to get some version of the node scripting system, even if it's like a hello world version of it, where it's like 2 + 2 = 4, and like we can compute that. That's good enough for me, as long as I can say like, hey, this is a node graph that is JIT compiled, like it's actually JIT compiled and not running an interpreter like every other node graph system out there. I think that would be pretty cool. So I'm gonna make an attempt to actually get this working by Monday, asterisk. I'm probably, I mean, I can work on it like on the airplane and whatnot, but that's not fun. All right, let's attempt to show off what I was trying to show off before, which is hot reloading through sub-second. So as I said before, in a previous stream, I have a friend who worked with the guys who made this, the Dioxys team, and I think the Dioxys team is working on something that's essentially React Native, but in Rust. So like cross-platform UI-esque things, but it's very web dev coded. Anyway, one of the things those sort of systems have is like a hot reloading system. And so they made like a hot patching system for Rust that like allows you to change the behavior of functions at runtime by actually patching the binary. And I got it working a little while back, and I'll actually show a video because I sent an actual video of it to somebody, and dang, I can't like expand. Let me shrink this down so Discord, why have you only done streamer mode when I'm recording? Oh, wait a second, that could be another reason that profile is recording. Yeah, I'm on my recording profile right now, which is a much higher bitrate. That could have been another reason my stream crashed before. But actually, let's copy link. Can I just open up Discord attachments in a web browser? No, it attempts to download from the web browser. Oh well. Anyway, I had a version of this working where you could edit like a color here and it would just like immediately switch over. Now the thing about that was it was like I am GUI style, immediate mode. Whereas what this is like a node tree being created before the actual update loop happens, meaning that yeah, we just have a lot less, I guess, like it doesn't work as well because it's recreating the, before I was able to hot patch it without recreating the visual context because no local variables had changed, but with this like what's happening now, it is recreating the visual context. So if I can get it to trigger by attempting to align this to start, hot patching, no change. Let me try again. If, say, we change the size of one of the red elements, let's try changing this to 200. See, that's supposed to work. Alright, I'm going to mess around with, oh, thank you for the sub. You don't need to, but thank you. Alright, I'm going to actually going to move the render context outside of the hot reloadable area. That way, hopefully, it just straight up doesn't get hot reloaded to start off. Because I think I might have put the rest of it in there. As just a test, and then the next thing I'll do is I'm going to attempt to put the creation of our visual tree this visual tree into an actual sub-second call. So to describe how this hot reloading system works, call, anything that's wrapped inside of this sub-second call is hot reloadable as one unit. So all the code inside of it gets hot reloaded, and it also potentially might hot reload out into other scopes as well. Which is a danger, I guess. So we have this call here, we have this call here. Let me just jump to where the end of this is. Okay. Yeah, let's put this around the last call to root. And then return root from here. And then this will fail because, yeah. And then let's try, I remember if I specify, it works slightly better if I specify a specific binary. Maybe. Which takes ownership of the receiver's self. Okay, so we'll just move this inside of that sub-second call. That's fine. Loading fonts shouldn't be too expensive, right? It's only making an SDF atlas at runtime. I'm just going to can I delete that specific library? That specific A file. And if I delete that specific A file, lib dependencies, yeah, if I just delete that, does it stop complaining about not knowing what that file is? Instead of having to clean the entire buildware. It does! It's actually pretty funny. Okay, so, and this is actually a updated version of the build. So you can see now they're aligned to the start of the access. So, as a potential example of the hot reloading system that I keep trying to do, let's try aligning them to the end. Hot patching. Why no work? I'm going to attempt to just delete all of those. Come on! The hot reload is like super cool. Just work, please. It makes the workflow so much better. It's supposed to make the workflow faster instead of me going like, oh yes, this should be this should be changing at runtime, but it's not. I wonder, does this actually have the ability to... I don't know. Okay, so what we're gonna do instead, since for this portion of development, hot patching is incredibly useful, I'm just gonna go back to what was working before, which was intermediate mode GUI, which means I need to put everything in a top level sub-second call, and then okay, I'm not gonna put the standard font in. You know what, screw it, we load, no, I don't want to load a font every second, so we're gonna figure out a way to not have to load the font every second. But we are going to do a create UI call, which returns a UI element. And at the end of this, we'll just return the root, and then in here, let root equal create UI we'll even wrap it in another sub-second call just for safety. And then we need to figure out a way for standard font to work without making it so that we load UI every frame, because that's like the one like Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll have it be actually an atomic reference counted thing that we pass in. And we'll set this to... Actually, let's set this to fit to begin with. And then in create UI, Then we need this as a weak font. So we have font, and font has here it is. Make weak is the name of the function. No method named makeWeak found for the struct Raylib FFI font in the current scope. No, this is supposed to be a font, not a FFI font. Which does have the makeWeak. I guess it's the wrapped like that. I'm pretty sure that this loads a not FFI font. FFI font. I'm pretty sure make thin wrapper would make a thin wrapper. I know that I was doing this before, though. Alright, let's look at... the current live branch of Brane Weave, because this will have whatever I was doing with the font to make it work. So here's the test text. Yeah, just standard font make weak with the exact same code that I currently have. But it's not working anymore. Maybe I just won't clone it. Then does it? Okay, that does. Interesting. So I'm not able to clone it. Weak font. It's like a weak and strong reference, but like the make weak consumes the actual standard font, so I feel like that would destroy the reference, but I don't know. So we'll just pass in a reference to that. And hopefully this is able to hot reload without issues after we fix that these fonts also need font. And I don't have access to the raylib context in here, so we don't use the raylib default font, we use our custom loaded font. Let's attempt to rebuild. I don't know, those numbers still look like the raylib default. Not a valid Win32 application. Oh, can I set the platform? Oh, that is 64. Okay. We now have text that looks how it should. Let's see if hot reloading, hot patching works. Let's change this to green, as it should be. Thread main has overflowed its stack. Does that show up on Task Manager? No, memory is a flat line right now. So for some reason, changing the color just overflows the stack. That's fun. Okay, let's try not returning that. Through a sub-second call. Instead, we'll just have the while loop itself be the sub-second call. And just for good measure, we're gonna do a full rebuild. And while that's doing, let's look at the options for serve. We have features, target. We can do a specific target triple. much. Oh, I'm not opening menus. Stop acting like I'm opening menus. Okay. So it's currently serving. Let me do hot reloads. So that I can work fast instead of... Wait a second. Oh, I was changing the color of something else. Thread main has overflowed its stack. Okay, I bet there's gotta be something I'm doing wrong. Maybe it's because I'm calling connect subsecond a second time. Maybe that's blowing it up. Oh, it actually opened without fuss. Asterisk. Let's just change this to yellow. And I actually kind of hope that doesn't work because yellow. Okay, we're looking at the sub-second docs for... I'm going to give myself till 10:15 to get this working, or we're just going to completely ignore hot patching. And move on with our day. The regular compile method. Which will be incredibly tedious and slow. As opposed to what I had working like yesterday, where I was able to make a change and like the window would reopen, but I would actually see the change immediately, which was very nice. And there's like, there actually are more docs because it doesn't like opening it to the version that actually exists, which is alpha.1. Patches are delivered over the Deoxys DevTools WebSocket protocol. And I have had it working with just this call. And I guess main as a whole is... So let me double check the info on this one. And this is the one that I call. Yeah, just connect sub-second. Oh man, that is not the color scheme we're going with. But let's say, theoretically, you went, oh man, that really shouldn't be the color scheme we're going with. And you went, let's do a white smoke background. Like that. And then it just breaks. Okay, what if... I put this outside. Like I did before. Well, for one, it's still yellow, and it shouldn't be yellow. It's claiming it did hot reload, but it didn't update. It didn't update the memory. So I do wonder what causes the memory overflow if we have this in here. Like, what's the stack overflow? Okay, one of the reasons compilation is so slow is because it's compiling the entire Brane script project as well, because I have that linked. Okay, let's see if that combination of calls works. Well, actually, it's exactly the same. Like, literally the exact same. This should cause no issues. Indeed, but we're momentarily trying to get tooling for the speedrun working. But we get stack overflows. You know what? Well, see, the thing is, I can't even debug that stack overflow because wait a second. It should be able to... Can I debug this? Because I have the... It's like a call-in main, Dioxys DevTools, connect to subsecond. The speedrun is get it done before Monday. So it's more like a tight deadline than actual speedrun. Extreme speed. Multi-day timer. We could have a countdown. Okay, so we have this. The question is if it is connected to subsecond. Oh wait, do I have text wrapping working in this window? Text wrapping never works in that window. Huh. That's all Raylib stuff. If I make a change, does it get updated? So this attempts to hot patch, but then this does nothing. Okay. What's planned on Monday? I am going to AWE, which is a VR-focused conference. So I think it would be really cool if I could have a version of this node graph working to actually like bring around on a laptop and show off to people. Like, oh, this is this node scripting system I'm working. Doesn't it look promising in its extremely early state where they'll go like, yeah, sure. So that is the current goal. Have this ready for conference. And like, this is what worked before. The only difference is I didn't have a function. Then again, it was also just raw IM GUI commands instead of me like creating an actual layout ever. See, I do need this to not be created every frame because it's gonna end up holding state. So we do need this here. Am I really not gonna get this to work once on stream? Yeah. And it was working so good before too. Hmm. Yeah, so I guess we don't have any hot reloading whatsoever. Which is sad, because I really like that tool. And I guess it's just far too actual alpha state to actually be useful here. So I'm just going to remove it for now. Come on, format the thing. There we go. Thank you. Okay. In order of operations, what do we need to do? Well, for one, let me actually open this up again. We need to get back to the very like templatey UI that I had before, where we had like a couple nodes that you kind of were able to drag around, and like inspector panels basically on the sides. So that means that I actually need to hook up mouse events, which is something that I have like the template. Also, if you can hear the crying child in the background, let me know, and I will attempt to set up the AI denoising again. Yeah. What was I talking about? Right. We need to get the sidebars working. Mouse events, and potentially text wrapping. We should probably finish working on the... So those are like the concrete actual things we need to do. But we should probably work on a... They're not captured. Brane. We should probably make the tooling for this better first before moving on to that. So git stash pop. No changes added. I wonder, did that work? It probably did, because I didn't really have changes to main. I only had changes to this. Okay, yeah, my reference counting is back. Basically, I just wanted the ability to have references to UI elements, so I refactored this to work with reference counted ref cells, which is essentially just garbage collection, but reference counted. And there are two... Let's create a list of things. That way we can actually like feel good about ourselves for making progress. So first thing is either text wrapping, because at the moment we do not have text wrapping, and it would be fairly easy to add. We just have to make sure we don't do it in a computationally expensive way. Yeah. And then what we need to do after that is... Do I do the text wrapping layout first? Yeah, I guess so, since we already have an example here. So we'll do the text wrapping first, and then we'll do create builder pattern for UI elements. And that will just make it so instead of having to do this 20 line of code block here, instead we'll be able to do a couple calls here and there about the aspects of this that we actually care about. And it would potentially get bigger after that, but it would still be mostly the same size. So we'll create a builder pattern so it's actually like ergonomic to create things. And then after we create a builder pattern, template out UI again, or yeah, template out UI structure, and then implement we'll implement mouse events after that. And mouse events are, I guess, one of the ways we'll handle state in the entire thing. I do kind of want to do a like event-based reactive structure, and I'm very scared that I'm going to design this wrong. But the state of the program should be stored in Brane, work with me here. The state of the program won't be stored in the UI itself. So yeah, there'll be points at which, like, I guess that's when we template out the UI structure. We'll figure out how the actual UI state is. We'll figure out how UI state actually works, because we aren't going to have the UI layout dictate everything. Instead, we're going to have like different parts of the UI be handled by layout, but for the most part it'd be like hard-coded how it works, instead of like the actual visual elements will be fairly dynamic, but then the actual like elements those are inside are hard-coded. Like hard-coded, this is the graph window, hard-coded, this is the sidebar. And the graph window itself, it's like each node graph element in there has like dynamic UI inside of it, but then like the actual like UI node itself is governed by a system external to the actual UI layout system, if that makes sense, just to keep things easier on me. So we template out the UI structure again. Steal colors from Brane engine. I am GUI because I very much like the color scheme we have going on in Brane engine, so I'm going to steal that color scheme and then port it over so that our stuff actually looks good. Because as a streamer, it is very important for the stuff you're making to be visually appealing. So, starting at the top here, let's create a text wrapping. Ooh, alright. Suggestions on what large block of text we should use for testing text wrapping. Any large section of text will do. Our options are Something from Star Wars. I like doing General Kenobi. Hello there. That's a good favorite. We could do Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Just like some large quote. We could do the Lorem Ipsum. Is there any good VR related large blocks of text? Could we paste in an entire Carmack talk? I just need some very large block of text that we can like wrap in a layout system. All right. Let's go through John Carmack quotes. Okay, actually I like this one. We'll go with and then let's throw that into this text block here. Something doesn't like this. It's because we need these to actually be ref cells. So let's drop this in front of every place that we append a child. Come on, give me the code to action that. There we go. Speed of light sucks. I mean, it does. The speed of light does. That is a true and accurate statement. If the speed of light was faster, we would be able to do so much more stuff. Like, dude, it takes the speed of light can only go around the Earth 4 times in a second or something like that. Or actually, I can't remember the exact number, but like you do get limited by the speed of light. Like the reason we have latency is because of the speed of light. My IDE is not IDEing. There you go. Is it under ref cell? Where is ref cell from? In terms of our scale, the speed of light is extremely fast and almost not... See, have you ever done any network programming? Because I can tell you, it's very unlikely that we will actually ever have like a really good sword fighting game in VR, specifically just because of networking latency. Like you can't... I don't want to say we won't ever have a good sword fighting game, but if we do, it's gonna be with like some really complicated workarounds behind the scenes. There we go, that finally worked. Just because like if you can't get that down to like 10-20 milliseconds of latency, then like it just won't feel right. And even that much latency, I haven't actually done any studies, but I know at like 200 milliseconds of latency, like nah, that's not working at all. And yeah, I guess with like, if you're lucky, if you're in like a city like Korea or whatever, you do get... I think the big issue with sword fighting games is that there won't be physical... Okay, assume we do have the force feedback. The force feedback would be severely delayed, and there are cases where you actually do want to increase the delay, especially in social apps. Especially in social apps, you just to make everything smoother, a lot of cases you do intentionally increase the latency so that you have the ability to do lerping and whatnot. But that means like any like combat and whatnot is like severely lerped. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, I totally agree with John Carmack on the speed of light is too slow sort of thing. Because if it was faster, you'd actually be able to do like long distance melee focused games. But at the moment, the reason that shooters work so well is because there's actually like that physical travel time, and you're not like directly interacting with something. You're like remotely interacting with something. And rollback networking is very much, it is able to handle those situations where like the way to interact with other players is really, really reduced. But then in VR, it's like you're up close. And you need millisecond precision of things. It's also why the Earthbender game thing is good. Yes. because rollback has the time to account for those things. Okay, let's open... Okay, cargo build is running. I don't see any output from it, though. Let's see what our errors are. Cannot borrow is mutable. I thought I solved all those issues. It's so dumb. This is like a moot reference, but this needs... Oh no, this needs to be mutable as well. I am not a fan of ref cells. It's like, why am I using a lock in single-threaded code? Why is this a mutex lock pattern in single-threaded code? And I know, memory safety. But like, it still panics when it doesn't work. So I guess you could do like try lock and then it wouldn't panic, but your application is just runtime checking of things. Okay, let's see. Main. Is that knocking on my door? What? What do you want? Give me a second. Oh, what's going on there? We like getting a view into a TTS file? Okay, so this is in main. Oh, this isn't main. We are missing the R on all of these. And then we get a panic, which, let me guess, is a ref cell thing. Even though it would work with regular references. Yup. So it's already borrowed. Which means we need to borrow. Oh, it's because it's... Is it borrowed in the axis width? Okay, that should drop the borrow, I think. Does this return a reference? No. So that should drop the borrow, and then we should be good from that point onward. There we go. So we can see that the layout system is working. It's aligning that length of text perfectly, correctly, which is good. That is very good. However, as you will notice, it's going off the end of the screen, and absolutely no thought is getting put into the actual sizing of this. So we need a new layout system for this. We have a sizing. We have this prefer option here. See, the thing is, text really should kind of be its own option. And just, honestly, I might do that and make text ignore its sizing options. Then again, prefer is the option that I put in for text specifically. So let's create I'm just thinking about the text itself. So if we look at UI content, we have this text as one of the things. And what we need to consider is text, the possibility of text breaking and how to accomplish that. Because it's its own pass in the actual layout system. So if I look at compute layout, we first compute the width of things that fit to their content, and then we compute dynamic widths, and then we fit things height-wise, and we compute dynamic heights, which is both growing, like grow and shrink containers. And then right in here is where you compute text wrapping. After both of these things have happened, and when we compute dynamic widths, I guess this is where we would actually compute the text width here as one step, both the width and the height. Oh, I think that could work. If I just do sizing, maybe ignore sizing for text elements. We'll retain padding. Spacing we might retrofit for... Yeah, most of layout gets ignored for text. And then I guess text align just doesn't matter at all because we'll just handle text align from the concept of composing elements out of other elements, if that makes sense. Because I would like to reduce the amount of work the system actually needs to do. Like, reduce the number of visual elements. Like, reduce the amount of work it does for people. That way, it's simpler to actually work with. Because UI layouts can become complicated. Like, really complicated. Really fast. In not great ways. Wrap found from... Right, we need to actually create a method which is compute text. And I also needed to in both of these functions account for the fact that text should ignore the layout system. So when we compute fit sizes, we'll just say if let UI content text Man, I really do need to spell out every single one of these, don't I? If this is a UI content text for Let's see, is there anything down here? Or can we just do return? Oh, I already have a UI content text. I'll just throw a return on there. Or actually, I'm gonna throw a boolean here, which is wrap. And if text wrapping is turned off, then if wrapping is turned off, then we return. Otherwise, we do a static size like it's currently doing. And then I'm just gonna yoink this entire if statement into the compute dynamic sizes. And real quickly in here, I'm gonna throw in an if statement. To continue whenever we find something with text content, just ignore it, exclude it from the layout system. And then in here, when we're creating a list of growable and shrinkable child elements, text is a growable element. Though we will have set a prefer size by the time we get to here. Actually, you know what? No, we're gonna keep the text. So the wrapping of the text itself, because I am kind of the UI system that I am taking the most inspiration from, the way it does it is you have an absolute minimum width, which is the size of the largest unbroken word. So that'd probably be like first person here, even though technically on that dash you should be able to break on that. So like maybe shooters would be the largest word. And that's like the absolute minimum width that the text box could be, is that minimum word, and we could theoretically break on every single line. However, we would have already needed the width of that calculated for the dynamic widths. And this is where having that builder pattern would have been super useful, because that would have allowed us to like validate, like, oh, text objects may only use these layout options, and they are computed automatically, and like enforce that. So what we're gonna do instead is, on the layout struct as a stopgap before we actually create that builder pattern, we're gonna say layout for text element, and we're gonna get a immutable reference to a and let's break that actual let's break this structure here, this inline structure, into its own actual structure. And that, of course, means here, let me just fully finish this out. We'll return a layout structure, and this layout will contain that text layout will contain the info about like the preferred sizes of the text itself. Mostly the width, and then the height. We'll just let the height be kind of buggy for now, because I don't have a way to hide overflow. If we had a way to hide overflow, that'd be a lot more useful. Wonder, is there a way to do masks in Raylib? So that's a shader mask. like a mask shader. I guess I'll have to come up with my own solution, which is dangerous. What was I gonna do? Right, I was gonna fix the rest of the bugs. Well, yeah, but whenever I talk about like a sword fighting game, I always imagine like, and I know it's not, this is in my brain, this is not me stating it, so I do have to probably state this when actually talking about it, is like, I do imagine like if you're doing a VR sword fighting game, you do need haptics of some kind. But I think the VR sword fighting game that did have like full force feedback haptics, like my dream is to make a full force feedback VR rig at some point in my life. That's like the ultimate goal, is to make something like that. Yeah, just like exoskeleton in a gimbal. Ready Player 1 style, not Ready Player 2. I honestly think we'll get Ready Player 1 style before we get Full Dive style. Like, by a large margin. And I know there's a ton of like BCI companies, but like high fidelity two-way communication with the mushy bunch of neurons is gonna take a while to trickle down to people who won't buy a $300 VR headset. Now, I do think people will actually... Now, hear me out here. If you could drop the price of a car and have completely immersive VR, like really immersive VR, I think people would do that. Like the home computer, the value of a home computer used to be the same value as like a car. It used to be like a super out of reach thing, but a ton of people still bought them. Because they were that useful. Now, of course, they were that useful, and VR, Full Dive VR will mostly be like a novelty thing, right? Outside of like high stress training simulations. But I could still see home users novelty users buying something that costs the price of a car and was like fully immersive. And then from that point on, you can get it cheaper and cheaper until like around the 2K, 5K mark, you actually get like a fully gimbaled VR setup. I think would be fairly reasonable. Why the pod share version in the media is more likely to happen in the brain. Okay, what do you think is going to cost more? A piece of hardware that that through motors and actuators simulates reality, or a highly intensive medical surgery where you get the entire back of your head removed and diodes painstakingly, like needles painstakingly placed deeply into most regions of your brain, and then go through another process of mapping that to where they actually are on your brain, because your brain is going to be completely different from the guy next to you. Well, not completely different, but like the brain is very like fluid in how it creates things. It's not like there's this jack here using this protocol. No, it's however your brain is developed. Is that going to be cheaper than motors, actuators, flimsy Iron Man suit looking thing you put it in the corner of your room? I think the second option is more likely than I'm a BCI. I don't believe in them. I don't think they're ever going to, in our lifetimes, be good enough for full dive VR at a price point that makes sense for the vast majority of people. I mean, in terms of full dive sensory simulation. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I think you could get pretty close with an external solution. I mean, reality is external. If anything, if you did get an actual full dive system, it would feel more real than actual reality. In the way that, like, movies can look more like what you expect reality to look like than actual reality. And that's actually an interesting thought. Like, the stylized feelings of reality might feel more realistic than actual reality. There we go. I want this. Someone will definitely use an anime style of reality with such a system. Oh yeah. The amount of voluntary isekaiing that will happen, will crash economies. So the main thing we care about here is this measure text function here. I remember talking with this, I believe it was a Harvard professor guy, and he seemed to be of the very strong opinion that eventually what people will do is they'll describe what they want to experience to a machine, and it will generate a pill, and you take the pill and it makes you hallucinate that experience you wanted. And like, I think that's cool, but I don't think you would get the amount of like specificity and coherence that you would actually want out of that situation. As they help prompts show, a lot of people are less creative than they think they are, though. Yup. I mean, a lot of people don't consider that other people might have had the same ideas they have. Like, somebody can be fairly creative, but there's just a sheer mass of the amount of, like, humans on the earth that, like, there is no such thing as original thought. Okay, so what we need are two things. I'm gonna copy this, go back to the layout struct, and create this layout. The width is going to be preferred, with our target being text size X, and our minimum size being should be a Rust string operation list. could do find. Oh, that's why it wasn't working. The variable just straight up didn't exist. So we need a function get text, something along the line of get text breaks. See, I kind of want to avoid an allocation for this, but back to the speed of light issue. I personally think that's only a limit because of time dilation. Ah yes, let's change the constants of the universe to fix my game lag. I like this idea. How do we get started? Let's pull it. What's the name of that one Star Trek character that can literally mess with constants of reality? Yeah, let's just do that to fix my game lag. I actually do need to watch that series. It's rather simple. Indeed. Separated by characters or matched by a pattern. So what do we want to split on? For now, I think we're only going to split text on spaces. And then for the minimum, we're just going to do segments. And then can I iterate over this? Or do I have to do into iter? I guess I do. And let's fold with float 32 infinity being our starting value. Actually, no, we're doing a maximum. So we can do 0. I thought that seemed wrong. Drop everything to learn how to bend reality, time travel to your future self knowledge of it back to your previous self so you can use it to fix the lag in your game. Yes. I'm gonna do largest and then return largest max segment. Ooh, actually we need to do this whole deal. Font measure text. And I wonder how computationally expensive this is. Because in this case it isn't too bad, but I could see the times adding up if we don't actually do any caching of anything. Oh well, I'm not going to worry about it for now. Since this is an option, we'll start it with none and return sum, and this will be largest unwrap or 0f32, and that will make it if there are no segments, we don't return anything. Alright, thank you for the wish of luck. I will need it. Then height, let's just do fixed height for now. And we'll set to 0. Sorry, sizing. Technically it's fit. Monday I'm going to AWE, which is the Augmented World Expo. That's very VR AR focused conference. So just like, it'd be cool to have something I can demo to people and show off. Ooh. There we go. Now, we need to do the version of this that calculates what the width of the thing actually, well, the width will already be calculated by compute dynamic sizes. That's something that already is going to happen. So then when we compute the text wrapping, just make sure we call that recursively, and then on this element itself, we're gonna say if text element wrap text element wrap return. Wait a second. Compute fixed sizes. We need to do if wrap return. So if this wrap is not set to true, return. Okay. So this is where we actually compute the height of the text specifically. How many times it is wrapped. And here's where a builder pattern would be nice, because I could have private elements on the text that cache things, but is fine. We'll just do a lot of work multiple times. So here, instead of splitting the text, what we're going to do is gonna create a for C in TE text chars. So for every single character in this text. Now see, here's the thing with like fonts and nah, we're gonna pull it off. I can pull it off. Like, hey, I already have compiling versions of the text version. Now I just need to create a conference-worthy UI in 5 days. And bro, that's front end. Front end is easy. At least when you write the UI layout and you don't have to deal with like React BS. You know what? This is an MVP. I'm gonna do this in the most heinous way possible, which is for I in text length 0 text length, and then I'm gonna say last break is at 0, and we're gonna say let something to consider that I just realized is that I'm not sure if Raylib supports new lines in their renderer, because if they do, that actually makes that could make this a lot simpler. So what we're gonna do is go here, set wrap to false for now. What do you mean it has no font size? Of course it has a font size. Oh wait, this is because yeah, we definitely creating a builder pattern for this. just gonna delete these so I don't have to keep updating them. And does this build? Okay, it does. Which means we can check if I just throw a new line like here. Does Raylib actually, does it handle that? Oh, thank goodness. Look at that. It does. So, what that means is I don't have to create a list of, I don't have to cache a list of things. Instead, all we need to do is say all we need to do is cache a string somewhere in here. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to come up with a system for aligning render data with UI elements because we're storing state and description in the same place. I think AI models could be more useful for coding if it had multiple trained and each one trained on a different like languages and patterns. Yes, I think fine-tuned. So I think this is something that some models are already, or some providers are already trying to do, which is create different parts of the model which are fine-tuned for different tasks. And it's actually something that I want to experiment with as well, is like, I'm creating a scripting language right now. Oh, why did I snap turn? I don't want to snap turn. I snap turned my play space. That was super weird. Okay. Let's see, let's center my play space until it's turned so my screens are in front of me again. Okay, that's good enough. What was I talking about? Oh, right. Because like I'm making a scripting language. It'd be cool if I could have a fine-tuned AI model that people could mess around with to teach them how to do that. Like, if you take out like the startups desperate for more investor cash that are just throwing AI stuff everywhere, it could be a legitimately useful tool of like, you know, mainstream models probably aren't gonna have a ton of information about it, but if I like made some good docs, threw them into the meat grinder of a fine-tuning algorithm, and then it's like, yeah, and then there's like an AI model to help people out with stuff. That would be cool. Potentially, like, actually useful. Where am I? Compute text wrap? Right. Ooh, I actually, let's make this an option. That way, I don't actually have to define this on every single UI element in main. So let's go back to wrap. here, when we compute text wrap, and what we're going to do is step through we're gonna go let's see equal say char's I, that's the C, if C is equal to a space, that means this is a point at which we can break this text. So if we're currently at a place where we can break the text, we measure the text. We say current width is equal to that. Oh, wait a second, I just realized. This means that when we compute fixed widths here, we only should return on width, because we do still want this height calculation. We're piggybacking off of that because this will be called a second time, one time first for width, and then we'll do dynamic layout on width, and then it will do wrapping of text, and then it will call this again. When it calls this measure text function, the Y will be from the wrapped text version. Theoretically. So I'm actually going to do self wrapped text, and then I'm actually going to map this to a string. And then we're going to unwrap or return the regular text. Nice. Because wrapped text won't exist for this fit size pass, but it potentially will for this one, and if it does, we want to use that. Well, it should already exist. dang it. This is definitely an iterator behind the scenes. Actually, no. Advanced by could work as not an iterator. We should be safe to unwrap here, because this is literally text length. This should never be longer than length, or even equal to length. And then we get the current width of the text from last break to the current index plus 1. And we get that string slice. And what this is doing is it's getting the current width of the unbroken text and we don't actually need to track the height because the height is handled by Raylib itself. And I'm gonna say if dang, we kind of need... Oh, wait. Man, I really hope this operation... I really hope this measure text call is efficient. But what we'll do is if width is greater than max width, which will be self-rect width because the width of this rectangle has been set. So if the width is larger than the max width, then we want to do move break start, say break start is equal to I while break start is not equal to 0 and if C is equal to a space, then break the loop. Actually needs to be the thing before the space, because we technically want to skip. Do we want to skip the break character? In the case of space, yes, we do want to skip the break character. If this character is a space, then we want to do break start plus 1 and then break. Otherwise we just want to do plus equal. Then other potential breaks we can put in here, like for example, if we do a hyphen, then we would want I'm gonna do a second variable called break end. And break start is going to be the next character to start writing from, and break end is going to be the end of the last segment of text. So break end minus equal 1. In the case of, actually no. In the case of space, we want it to be the same. In the case of the hyphen, we actually want to plus equal 1. That way we actually skip 1. Break end equals break start plus 1 in this case. No. Break end is the last of the last. break start has moved on to the next character, so we do want break start -1. In this case, we do want break end to be break start. And in the case of break start equaling 0, and this is actually a minus equal, we iterate backwards. Yeah, so if this is a space, then we want to break end equals break start. And then we want to add one to break start. And then here on a hyphen, break end and break start, because we're not skipping a character. And in this case, break start equals break end. Which means it's attempting to wrap immediately. Which I'm not quite sure what to do in that case. I'm just gonna say if I is equal to 0, gonna throw a very crude variable in here, can break. So if the last breakpoint is just us reaching 0, then we can't actually break this text. And there's a lot of optimizations. I can see that I can do this algorithm already. Headset battery is low. What do you mean? Okay, hopefully this battery is charged. Okay, looks like it is. Thoughts on the Skibbity Toilet movie? it's going to be the best thing ever or the worst thing ever, with no in between. It depends on how seriously they take it. Because I think the only way that works is if the movie takes itself completely seriously, like too seriously. Like, it's just like, this is the way the world is, and it like doesn't pop any jokes about it or anything. It's just like the characters are locked in, you know. What? It should have been a real thing. That is my official opinion. Is it should have been a real thing. Directed by Michael Bay, the Skibbity Toilet Movie. Let's see if can break. Wrap text is going to be equal to no. Cannot change. What do you mean modifiable is off? What did I press? Okay, if can break. Oh, did I? Axis is same. Okay, this is just placeholder. I don't think I need any more measured text, so I can safely delete this. Okay, if this can break, then wrapped text is going to be equal to this world is doomed if that summons into existence. Or enlightened. Okay. We append this line if we can break. We also need to check if wrapped text is empty. Then we just need to do wrapped text equals this line. We should be able to do into. Oh, I actually do need to create a new slice, don't I? No, the headset battery is not low. You're lying. Dang, am I really just gonna have the headset die on me like this? Missing no headset charging it. See, I used to always use my Apple Vision Pro charger, and that would charge it fine. But now, I sold the Apple Vision Pro, so I don't have that charger anymore. And I don't know where my original charger for this is, meaning, yeah, I'm just screwed. Slow charger. So we'll see how much longer the headset holds on to life here. It says it has 6% left, and I plugged it in. So we need this to be next break start. Break end equals I. Then we want to iterate backwards on break end. Then next break start. In this case, we want break end +1. In this case, we want next break start to be break end. If it's this, we want to break on the character after it. Now the danger of that is that this could be end of line. So I'm going to be careful about this. Let's say break end. Break end -1, or rather +1. Minimum with text length. Just be super sure we don't have off by 1 errors there. And then our start should be our end. So it might move these to a new line on occasion, but I don't think that's the biggest bug. Okay, and then if we can break, then wrapped text equals every possibility. And then we do need to do one last thing, which is after this giant loop. We just need to do if wrap text is empty, wrap text just equals text into, and then in the case it's not empty, we need to do the rest of it. So break start, and then let's call this remainder. And if there actually is a remainder, then we apply it. And I'm actually going to conditionally allocate this. So if wrap text is empty, then we're going to say self wrap text is none. We're not going to wrap it. However, if there is wrapped text here, we're going to set self wrapped text is equal to there's a better way to do this. Let's put this out here before that. Self, we're gonna keep doing this wrap text variable. And then if wrap text is empty, self wrap text is none. Otherwise, self wrapped text equals some wrapped text. And there we go. We now have a wrapped text variable. And now when we go to draw here, I want to do self wrapped text as ref unwrap or the regular text. Unwrapped version. And theoretically, we have text wrapping now. After we fix our compile bugs. And we just need to throw this field into every single UI element. Because I don't currently have a way to actually cache any of these rendering related values. They don't actually need to get stored, you know, in the description of the UI. Because it's a side effect of the UI. Because, like, an element could have an explicit position. The rect makes sense because we could have an explicit position, like the root element rect is manually set, so that would make sense. But now when you start adding in things like wrap text, that makes less sense. Builder pattern will fix this. It appears that it didn't work. Now we get to figure out why it didn't work. Oh, right, yeah. I I know why it's not working. It's because we need to do here, where we're doing all of our UI layout stuff. Instead of this, I'm gonna do UI layout. Text element. Okay, and now we should have a layout that actually tells it, hey, resize this text element, please. And as you can see, we get a element with no size. Absolutely none. Let's align this to the top. Yeah, that text content is still... Actually... I should have swapped the... Oh, right. You need the actual element that this is parented to. With a fit width element, this should reduce in size to the minimum size of its elements. Which means, yeah, it should compress. Which means on the fit layout pass, did I give this debug? Let's give this debug. I just made it implement debug. Oh, display. So now we'll get a debug print for that. We set the height to fixed, which means compute fit size. And fit is the one that uses this const width property. So fit will actually react to this, fixed would not. Which I thought before that, like, hey, I'm gonna edit the layout to fit the UI width. But no, I wasn't going to do that. What? Wi-Fi! My Wi-Fi just cut out, didn't it? But did the stream survive? It looks like my stream might have survived. My computer is like really ramping up. Hopefully that's just for like reloading the VRC world. Okay. And now my mouth moves. Cool. Thank goodness. Looks like the streams survived temporary network outage. Oh yeah, that's right. I turned off auto stop on the YouTube stream, so it doesn't immediately stop whenever my internet cuts out. Okay, now, what was I doing? Right, fixing the fit sizing. Right, and then it's preferred. Okay, we need to make fit sizing account for preferred. So if this is a fit sizing, it relies on the size of child elements. So we're gonna do if sizing is prefer. Then we're gonna set our size to not the constant width, but instead the padding axis width plus min if this is a sizing prefer. That way, fit width doesn't immediately squish. Squish grow elements within it. I'm gonna say unwrap or F32. Okay, this is looking A little more promising. Let's remove the current new line. Like my manually added in one. And then run that again real fast. And it goes back to one line long, but the width looks correct, which means we need to actually get the text wrapping working. Compute text wrap. Wait a second, I have wrap off. Because I wanted to test if new lines worked. If I turn wrap to true, I'm glad I realized that. If I turn wrap to true, it explodes. In what universe does subtracting 1 from... Oh, wait. Is this a, That's an integer overflow. Rust is doing Rust things. It's going. Something you're not expecting is happening here. Though occasionally I do expect there to be an integer overflow. Ah, same bug? Not same bug. So break start is 11. Break end is 10. If can break and break end is more than break start. Okay. Different width result. We shouldn't have a different width result. Here, let's actually... No! My headset died. No. Screw past me for not actually charging this battery, I guess. Yeah, that's a dead battery. Okay. I'm actually gonna set that battery. I'm gonna plug in the battery now, so we don't have to deal with the battery not charging later. But I only have one IRL screen, so I'm gonna have to get creative here. Because I do want to keep streaming. Let me see, can I switch to... Oh, cool. So I can actively edit scenes before transitioning to them. Nice. Perfect. Okay. What I'm going to do is... throw my text editor over here on the left half of the screen, and then leave the right half of the screen open for me to read chat and whatnot. Dang, I need something... I need something actually visual on the other half of the stream. Impromptu face stream? To do some lighting and scene setup because I was not expecting to show my face today. I would have shaved. Do I even have my capture card set up? That is the question. Can I even face stream? The question is yes, I can. What? So is capture. No. So I need to plug this in over. How? Actually, give me the video device. Then I need to figure out a way to plug in camera. So camera is plugged in. And okay. It's a backup scene. Move that so it only does half of the screen. Video capture device. Oh, man, this is this is so jank. But yep, there we go. This is what we're doing. But yeah, look, only okay. Let me actually get my chats visible to me again. So that's Twitch chat. Hello. No. Let me move the tab. It's YouTube chat. I want to be able to see both of them at the same time. Screw you, let me make the window smaller. Double audio. Ah! Of course it's double audio. There we go. Looks like the mic source had audio. Or the camera. Okay, I don't actually need to see that, so we'll do that. Can I resize that? No. Yes. Well, could do blue. I just would blue because it's like good as... It looks good, kind of harsh. Could also do that. No. Whatever that is. Could do green. Laboratory green. I mean, that does kind of fit the coloring or whatnot, I guess. No realistic lighting. And then we could also do like red. I think blue just looks the best right now. It's not the super deep blue. Back to deep blue. There we go. No, we still stand green. Green is always the favorite. Okay, now back to screaming at my code. What was I working on? One benefit is it will actually show up on the correct screen to start out. Right, I was going to align this text over there. Well, other direction. For you guys. Which means I need to do the yellow-green bar here. And we want to direction... want to layout line start, which lets us see more. The bottle comes out green in that blue. Yeah, the other one. It still kind of does in this one, but not as much. Well, I know what's going wrong. That's not actually a new line character. It doesn't explain the width being wrong. The width is still wrong, but yeah. So we need to go to compute fit here. I have significantly less screen real estate now. I might actually bump my font size down a little. That should look fine on stream still, I hope. Actually, no. The density of pixels is still the same because my face is on half of the screen. So I can't. This is better for the viewers. This is better for. This is amazing. This is probably where we're gonna need to keep it. What was I doing? Right, I was fixing the width / height. Okay, so if it's on wrap, I have it as return. Let's do if not wrap. If we're not on wrap, we do this. And then we can still do const width because we aren't adding the thing to it. I don't know why that didn't work. It's actually a super interesting question. Why didn't that work? It almost worked. It almost works. It very much almost works. But why doesn't it? Why doesn't that new line character show up as a new line? I think for the moment I'm going to ignore hyphens as potential breaks, or not hyphens, dashes. Because they aren't really needed. Oh, I know what's going on. It's that this print statement down here there we go. That is some not perfectly wrapped text. See, I understand what's happening is it's going like, oh, we have a oh, this hyphen makes this thing too long. We need to go back and find the first instance of wrappable text. So, It is very fun. UI is very fun. I am enjoying this. But yeah, it's going back and finding the first breakable thing, but it's on a breakable thing, so it immediately breaks. So what I could do is, like, we're on a character that's making our line too long already, so it might make sense to make break end here. Just start searching from one back. And this, of course, will cause no issues whatsoever. Except, I guess, well, if a space character makes it too long, it might try wrapping the next word because you put a space in there, and then it's like wrapping a word because you put a space in there. This looks significantly more wrapped than last time. Probably because now spaces add a little bit more. Okay, better solution, because I do want to allow this, and break end. Break end is not equal to I. This can't be true on the first iteration. We have to go backwards more than the first character. There we go. That looks good. I like this. Not be going like, oh, it has so much space. Why is it squishing into that amount of space? It's because this is a fit container. It's trying to be as small as it can. So the way that we can make it not be as fit or small is say that you're sorry. Okay, this is the correct element. So on the width, instead of fit, let's use prefer. Let's target 500, but then if there is no minimum, Here's the thing, I would like the minimum to be fit. Like fit content. And honestly, that's how most of the min should work. Like, I have fit with the min size, but then that's just fit. But like, is there a way to do this easily? Not really. I guess I just have to hope that I don't have any words that are too big, or I could make it so that the width I could make it so the algorithm also cuts words if it really needs to. But I don't think that's needed for an MVP. So what we're going to do is set the target to 600. Actually, let's do 500. I'm working with a small stream screen right now, and then we'll do minimum is 150. That's not any bigger. Did I do width? Yeah, I did do width. So why no work? This should be expanding out to like here. I guess I have shrink sizing very well tested, but shrink sizing is not. So let's check first that axis width mutable is being set to. Yeah, we're setting these to the target widths first. Then we remove the target from our remaining width. And that theoretically gets remaining width into the negative. And if remaining width gets put into the negative, wait a second. Okay, do put them into the shrink list, not into the grow list. While remaining width is less than 0, we need to find the largest element . that's the width to add, which is a negative value. Then the children to shrink list, the remaining width, the width to add. Delta between the two widths, remaining width minus. I wonder if this calculation is off. And this value should be getting smaller over time until it reaches 0. Now, if remaining width is growing, then that means that the way that this is exiting is through filtering out all of the shrink children instead of actually working the way it's intended. There we go. Okay, so we have this obviously not working. Let's look at the console as it spams. Dang it, we have no console that's spamming. Because this thing doesn't know how to resize. Ah, no.
So obviously the minimum is working because it's at the minimum constantly. This is the only magenta thing. And we're not spamming logs, which this should be spamming logs. Like, it should be spamming. And it's not. I just realized I resized my screen. I'm not allowed to do that right now. That should also be spamming. Means this is not getting run. Okay, this does iterate over children. But does it call out to children after it's done? Actually, no, we do that recursively outside of this function. Which means I don't need to worry about it in this one. So this is the one I need to worry about here. If sizing prefer. There this should spam this print line right there. I have no clue why that one isn't spam printing, but this This one should. Yeah, see, it's spamming that. Are we just never hitting the sizing prefer? I know for a fact. I know for a fact that we do have sizing prefer elements in our tree. Like, what do you call that? That looks like a sizing prefer to me. But yeah, and then here on text element, that also creates a sizing prefer. And in fact, if we look at our logs here, we even see computer child layout prefer. Wait a second. For our pink block there, that text box is placed along a vertical axis, which means the grow shrink logic only works vertically, not for width. Which means that the bug in our programming is within this block of code up to this return statement, not the rest of stuff. It should grow to fit the container. takes the min of these two. Because yeah, since this is a vertically laid out thing, since I was testing out reverse, so like usually use descending. I was trying to test out ascending as well. So this is currently set to be laid out in ascending order. Place aligning arguments to the start. End would be like over there. Actually, I don't know in the camera which direction. It might be over there. The opposite side would be end. Over there would be end. This is start. Center would be here of alignment. And then if we were to add new visual elements, they would be added vertically. So if you look at our logs, in terms of logs, we have no logs. Yep. So my headset died, so I am now making do with a single monitor and streaming. So I needed something to cover half the screen. So I'm like, I'll just put my face there. I can't discreetly check Discord anymore. Yeah, nope. Wrong window. Okay. Huh. Seems like it's setting it always to the minimum, even though the minimum isn't even getting appreciated here. Well, actually, this code isn't even running. Because again, I would expect this code here to be what runs when this doesn't run. So obviously grow is getting hit, right? And this will be spamming. Yep. But preferred width and height just aren't just going not. Nope. Okay, thought experiment for myself. What if I go here and I set this sizing to grow, but keep it as fixed? Okay, it grows on one axis and not the other. I feel like we hit an infinite loop somewhere. See, can I get that to happen again? It's like all I did was size it smaller and size it bigger. We going with weird coincidence? I think we're going with weird coincidence. Weird coinky dink. Okay. How do I get this to grow? Wait a second. Oh, there we go. trigger the bug again. I don't know how. It's like you click, drag onto the screen or something. So I'm trying to pause, but let's try. Theoretically, we would be stuck in one of these loops, right? At least that's what I would think, is it would be one of these loops. First guess. Okay. Okay, width to add is small. Target is extremely small. Remaining width is also pretty small. So this might be a floating point precision error. Let's see, width to add is currently 0.00003, and after this is 0.00001. And then we go through all of these. And width is, of course, that. The smallest is also that. and remaining width doesn't change. It looks like remaining width is still 0.0003. And I believe that's because there's another one in here. Okay, so remaining width 0.040 3051757 75781. Absolutely no change. Floating point precision error. So I am going to put in here remaining width, and I could have just like, if I convert all this to integers, pixels, no problems. Rounding sorts all of it out. But instead, what I'm gonna do is remaining width is, while remaining width is greater than we're just gonna say 0.001 of a pixel. I don't care about stuff more than 0.001 of a pixel. And then when we're shrinking elements, 0.001 of a pixel. So it shouldn't crash anymore, hopefully. It also explains why it was super inconsistent if it was just like tiny floating point errors. Yep, I can't see any visual. You know, guys, I can't tell if there's a 0.001% pixel difference. Sorry, I'm lacking. I fell off. I can't see the 0.001 pixel difference. And it doesn't crash anymore. But it's crashing, but it's also not working. Why aren't you wide? You need to be wide. Need my UI to be thicker. My UI is literally saying, nah, I don't feel like it. Self-children iterator. So this is an iterator over all the children of this element. And this is run on every single element of everything. No chance for something to escape having the thing run on them. Yeah, and the reason this is weird is because I was testing out, okay, this is some pretty complicated behavior. How would I represent this in the pure functional form that Brane script is going to be? Since for loops with mutable variables just becomes you do an iterator and then a fold statement, and you just have all your local mutable variables in here. And yeah, I know for vectors I don't actually need to pass them in. It was just a thought experiment of like, with the way that Brane script works is you will have mutability, but it's through consuming and then immediately re-emitting essentially the same but with one value tweaked struct. Affine type systems, or linear type systems, affine type systems. It would be structured like this, but in a node graph, so it would look a lot better than this. However, I'm just going to print out all the sizing values. And so help me, if I see sizing prefer in there, I'm gonna start tweaking. Oh. Alright, you get off the hook this time. There is, in fact, somehow, we're never calling this on an element. Somehow we're not reaching that node. Compute dynamic size, compute dynamic size. And this is entirely recursive with no way to get out of it. Compute dynamic widths, well, I mean, widths should what's happening? I don't think I'm setting sizing anywhere. I could be wrong though. Okay, so here's where we set width and all of that. That's where we set layout here. I have data that's just disappearing because it can do that apparently. So sizing prefer, like I'm not hallucinating, right? Like we set this to sizing prefer. If I look in my logs here, we can see where this print statement pops up. Computed text layout, prefer. And then if I search for prefer, in the entirety of this output, this is the only place prefer is output. Now, if we go back to where we were, in the actual dynamic width calculations, axis sizing for child, debug output, the sizing value for an axis, you'll notice prefer, though all the other enum values are printed out, prefer is not. You can see this is when we compute along the axis. And this is when we compute, tangential to the axis. What is interesting though is there's only 5 of these. If I go to main here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7. Yet that is 5. Did I do the thing where I exit out of this if it's a text thing? No, it's impossible to exit out of this early. And yet... compute dynamic layout size for child and self children iterator mutable child borrow mutable compute dynamic size self child iterator mutable compute dynamic size, but with the axis being the vertical axis. If this is called on a root element, in what world do we not hit every single potential element? If I look at this, even here, if I look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 6 if we count the text, 7 if we count the blue background, which we do. Now, technically, hello. Technically, we don't calculate any dynamic size for the parent. So this could be 6. Like this would work for 6. Because we ignore the... Wait. No. The root node is a none. So this black bar still does count as a visual element. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we could drop 1, which is... should still be 6. This is missing one element. Grown up. And these are different values. So it is in fact like correctly switching between values. Because this is none 50, 300, none 50, 100. know this works because we're setting width from here. If we look at our logs, we should see prefer exists. It exists. Screw you. It exists. And match statements on self layout axis with do in fact work. Right, root elements are fixed. That's what I was forgetting. Has nothing to do with this, but like the text element should be a child element of this element here, probably. Here, let me do some debugging. So if we do compute dynamic widths, which is the one here, I'll say walking child. I was considering saying entering child, but then I'm like, no, let's not write that. Say walking child node, just to be sure. Computing dynamic child heights. And that way I can see when we're like walking a child node. And when we are I guess it also would show how many children each node has. So if we look here, computing dynamic child widths, axis sizing for child grow node. It's a single grow element. Then we're walking the child node, which is our blue rectangle, which has 4 children. So we do fixed. I know what's going on. See, we're just calling compute dynamic size on that one's children, but this function doesn't have any recursive functionality in it, so what we need to do is compute dynamic widths, which does have that recursive functionality in it. I spent so long on that. Look at this. We have wrapping text now. That's actually pretty cool. All right, and now setting this back to fixed. It's also this bar here, let's lay it a line at the center would actually be interesting. Yeah, so now our bar of text is in the center, and it doesn't start ooh. That's like actual layout. Man, the blue light, all this blue light is messing with my eyes. But like, I don't know if like that properly shows up on the monitor, but like, that's like a website. Nice. All right. looking at my to-do list, text wrapping layout, we have now completed the very first thing on my list of things to do for this stream. And I said, oh, I'll be streaming for 5 hours. We'll get a lot done. It's been 5 hours. So my next thing on my thing of things to do is create a builder pattern for UI elements. Thinking about it. I guess, yeah. That should be actually pretty easy to do. Real quickly, actually, before anything else. Let's see. Are repo updates working for this repo? Yes, repo updates are working for the repo. Nice. Was hoping that was. Alright, to explain, what is a builder pattern? Well, a builder pattern is Rust's way around not having nullables. So, like, yeah. See this huge definition here that's mostly default values? Well, I mean, not like entirely default values, but mostly default values. Well, there is a better way, and that better way is builder pattern. I'm actually gonna put it above here for now. Or do I? We can put it underneath it. I'm going to copy this. Say public builder. And this is going to return a UI element builder. Then underneath here is where I'll actually define builder, public struct UI element builder. We don't need an actual specific rectangle. We don't need wrapped text either. Both of those are cache variables. We always need content. This is an always thing. Layout. We should create a builder for layout as well. Potentially. Or we could cook it into the same one. I think we cook it into the same builder. And then we make all of these options. Actually, and we can keep that as an option as well. We should be able to derive default from this, right? We are not. So instead of UI element builder default, we're just going to manually initialize this. Can I have code actions, please? There we go, thank you. Now I should be able to do something like this. Yeah, default. When I was looking through the Rust parser, I thought there was potentially a shorthand for that. But apparently not. We'll just have to manually And now we implement the actual builder itself. Builder really should only be used manually, so potentially bad design choice, but I'm gonna have this panic on structural errors. Then we're gonna unwrap or sizing. Fit is going to be our default. So you can see the entire purpose of a builder pattern is really it's how in Rust you can do optional arguments to things. Unwrap or border sizes. uniform, and I'm actually going to do 0. I'm not a fan of having to manually specify that things have no padding. But do I space items automatically or manually? I'm gonna keep with the padding argument of looking bad by default and then making me actually do work. And then left to right will be our default layout option. Even though most of the time we are going to want to manually set stuff to, well, I mean, most UI elements, if I'm thinking about it, they will go left to right. Like, you'll stack stuff together. Then our alignment will be self-align, unwrap, or layout align start by default. Children will be self-children, since that is always initialized. Nice. Mismatched types. UI element builder. Lifetime of a, oh. I had a self argument in there hiding. Alright, now to add methods to set all of these fields. Pub function width. Dang it, do I have to write comments for all of these? Not for now. And then in here I really should be putting something like warnings about don't set some of these properties when, you know, you're putting a text element in there. Or I could silently ignore them, which is probably what I'm gonna do here in a second. Okay. Align. Okay, I just need to do add a child. This is fun. We can do self child Brane. Self children push RC new ref cell new. And see here, here's the thing. I do want to be able to store references to children for later use, so what I'll do is I'll break from the regular builder pattern for specifically just children. We get a mutable reference to the child. We'll return a ref cell to UI element. I'm gonna say self children push let element equal that. Then I also want to add a must use property to the result of all of these. And what that does is it makes sure that we remember to call build. This is like, this enables a compiler error when we forget to actually use values. And I'm going to add that to here as well. Now the final thing we need to do is Actually, I'm gonna put static beginning. Can I do that? No. Indeed. Oh, I wasn't expecting that to actually work, but it did. Theoretically, at least. So now, oh, wrong file. If we look at create UI, we should be able to use a builder pattern for this now. If I say let mutable root, instead of saying UI element, we're going to say UI element new, and then we're going to pass in UI content none, and then let's see, what's the fit is the default, so we're going to say padding border sizes uniform. I might even be able to create other builder arguments for this, like uniform padding as one of the actual arguments, and that will automatically call the border sizes uniform. And then we can do spacing 5F32. Left to right is already our alignment. Well, our alignment doesn't matter either. And then children is default fact. Yep. Yeah, look at how much smaller this is. This went from like, I want to say, let's see how large this one is, because they're all the same. That went from 15 lines of code to 3. Now, that's pretty good. And then if we do content, here's what we'll do. We'll say root add child UI element new. Oh, this is content. So we'll actually just do new here. Ooh. And this gives me ideas. What if I just do sizing. Could do set both width and height to sizing. Like so, and then instead of having to do that, instead we just do sizing. And then I think I actually am going to do uniform sizing. So the way that we're going to do that is, or not uniform sizing, uniform padding. So we're going to call that uniform padding. Padding becomes F32. Some border sizes uniform padding. Because that is a problem with builder patterns sometimes, is they become overly verbose as you've nested types within them. But if you do stuff like that, you start getting it to be not as horrendous. Left to right, alignment start, that's the default options. That actually has, not sizing, spacing 10. There we go, wanting to name everything sizing. But yeah, look at how much smaller that is. Then we can do, instead of content children push, we do content add child. And then we're going to do UI element new. Rounded. Then this is going to be fixed size. Sizing. Sizing. Fixed 50 F32. And that's it for this one. Actually, that element has no children. I don't need to set the spacing. Or anything else. Just the width and height. When you get sent an iFunny video at 3 a.m., you know when you finally get around to reading it, or watching it, it is going to be exquisite. Any extra info I need to set on that? No? Okay. Okay, and then here's our bar of items. Oh, the content already got yoinked. Where from, though? Oh, it's the Carmack quote. Okay. UI element new Carmack quote. Music. Internet. Okay, we're back. Add a child. UI element new. Right. Wait, did I have a manually set layout size this entire time? Instead of the auto one I put effort into? It can't be. Oh well. Wait, no, it would have been part of this down here, which I lost somewhere. Okay, so here I'll see how much cleaner this is than actually having to define an entire structure from scratch. Okay, and I'm gonna go copy. I did not have to scroll that far. This down to here. Here it's bar build. Bar add child text contain build. Honestly, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create a new text. And into there, I'm gonna put all the fields of text element content. This is going to be the same as self new UI text content text UI text content text element content color text font size rep font. I might want to reorder those a little bit. Let's reorder font size to the beginning. Put color at the end. No. We put font at the beginning so it matches how Raylib works. Color at the end. Font size, wrap color. That looks good. a pretty solid build. I feel like I'm forgetting something I wanted to do though, which concerns me. I do not wish to forget. Oh, we forgot to add bar. Nice. Okay, and then the one last thing that we're going to do real quickly before moving on is... Ooh. I need to center things better. Oh, wait. It's not that I need to center things better. It's that the text is wrapping itself preemptively. And I don't have a way to wrap text and have it, like, center align. So, yeah, let's fix the text wrapping problem, which is that we're not setting the layout correctly, which is something I wanted to do builder side. If we go here, builder, build, in here, we're going to say layout is equal to if let some text no layout equals UI content text TE equals self text or content, and that is the one of the must be set values. Then we do layout text element, and we pass in that reference to the text element, else layout is going to be equal to this right here, and now through the power of builder patterns, we are just now forced to always use the correct layout for text elements when building text elements. Theoretically. If I remember to put semicolons. And would you look at that? I do think there's a potential issue where it looks like there might be an invisible, like, new line being added in there. Okay, I'm gonna add padding to the bar structure. Uniform padding, let's do 10 to match up with our border radius. And what do you look at that? That's like super easy. Builder pattern. Okay, now that finishes out the second item on our to-do list. Now, tomorrow, yeah, I think tomorrow after I get sleep, because I've been streaming for 6 hours, we're going to template out the UI structure, and we're also going to steal the theme from Brane Engine so it actually looks nice. Then we're going to implement mouse events so we can actually do things, and then maybe we'll solve UI state source along the way, and hopefully, if I'm lucky, we don't have to create React. There's a chance we have to create React, and I just steal how UI looks in Horizon Worlds, which is like, yeah, very slimmed down version of React. Basically, we might have to create some version of signals or whatever those variables are called, where like you call set on them and then whatever is listening to that value also gets reevaluated. I've heard them called signals, I've heard them called hooks. I don't know if hooks is the correct term I would use here, but like some sort of like value that things can subscribe to and reevaluate their state when that value is updated. Yeah. Because reevaluating when state is updated is going to be a large portion of this. We could also theoretically make it so that Windows straight up don't update unless there's actual updated content, which would be pretty cool. In fact, we can make specific Windows redraw only when there's updated content, because if I don't clear the background, I think we can just progressively redraw over the same canvas. So I actually could do React if I wanted to. Down to like a container level, I guess. If it's the highest thing in a hierarchy. You need to redraw all elements upwards. All right. What? Okay, I think this concludes our stream for the day. One last time, the results. It looks pretty much exactly the same as before, but a lot easier to create because of builder pattern. And also, look at that text wrap. I wish that these Raylib bindings actually supported dynamically resizable windows, but you can imagine once I actually have interactive things in there, where there's like going to be an inspector window that you can like resize, that's going to look pretty good. Especially if we like do the small things like changing the mouse cursor when we hover over things. Also, big thing I want to do is figure out how to make selectable and copyable text, because that is something that is deeply lacking from a lot of game engine style editors, because nobody can be bothered. And hopefully Raylib has a solution for copy paste. Actually, that's an interesting thing. Aha! We can set clipboard text, and we can also get clipboard text and clipboard image. We can also get the current monitor name and the current monitor refresh rate. Ooh, I like Raylib. Raylib is good. Raylib is very good. What is this void begin VR stereo mode? Look at this. Begin VR stereo mode. Who needs an engine when you have Raylib? Oh, and we also have the Pride Month function. Okay. This has been a good stream. Uh, it's been a good stream. I will see you all next time.